Well, because I was going to holler, I said, please go ahead and put marks in at the same time. Too late. Yeah. Doesn't have to know what's going on. I realize that. So I did it myself. I might break your cat. Why are you shedding so much at this time of year? This is not a good time to be shedding. You're going to be needing it. It's true.
Oh, and you're married time more. I don't care what they say about us anyway. I don't care about that. I don't care.
I am brush your cat.
Sounding a little like compressor the way you said that.
Well, I was a little compressed, actually, the way I was been doing things. I'm just full of pizza and don't, as my stomach is. There's not that much room for lungs.
Excuse me, Remy.
Not that much room for lungs sounds like a horrible title for someone's autobiography.
Indeed. Thank you, Remy. Go ahead and get comfy. Are you all right? I said, are you all right?
Mostly.
Okay. More reason to think you're a robot.
I'm just fighting the I ate too much feeling.
Okay, where is that unread message coming from so I can deal with it? It is coming from Emmy.
Is she okay?
Remy, don't. I like that her weight is causing it to spin her away from it, though.
That isn't either.
My chair is just slightly off balance, so I can make myself spin basically perpetually by just shifting my weight. Still no APR yet, though.
Oh man, how much of a problem would it be if like your train could get suplexed?
Remy. That would honestly be kind of great if that was a thing that happened in the game. Like that could happen, just like a rare event that winds up with suplexing a train. All right, there's APR. Let's begin.
Maybe like a really rare weapon.
Good evening, Internet, and welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. Remy's being a twerp by trying to get onto my desk, spinning the chair with her weight alone.
She took herself for a ride.
She did.
Oh.
No, Remy. Put the chair into cat foiling mode. Although we've discovered that doesn't do a whole lot. She'll just jump up to the top of the chair and then down onto the desk. At least leaving it free spinning, she was kind of foiling herself. Yeah.
Feline foiled frequently by physics.
Mm-hmm.
Also known as... Actually, I think I could just, close it.
Oh yeah, that's true. But not yet, because I need to be able to switch things.
Okay, so should I put it there?
Just put it back on there. As heavy and hard as it is, it
I'll put it there for the moment.
Okay.
Is there an blocking it?
Yeah, but you're also blocking my ability to see. Okay, that works. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. Tonight we're going to be continuing Sunless Skies. We had a few close shaves last time, but we scraped by and are doing fine now. We might have gotten 2 pips of nightmares. I forget that could pose a problem, but that can be dealt with.
Yeah, especially if anyone is taking any consignments at Magdalene's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see. We got infested by unwanted guests. That was not a good time.
Yeah, we lost most of the crew.
Yeah, it was... Well, half the crew, which was enough to get us below the minimum safe crew level for our train.
6 was not good.
No.
We needed at least 6.
And we were very low on supplies and fuel. And
also, we angered some kind of sky goddess, I think.
Oh yeah, that was another thing that happened.
The waste, we encountered the waste wave on a couple of occasions.
Yeah.
Realizing that she was like an actual god, like, salt and stone and the others.
Yeah.
And so displeased her, which turned out to be unfortunate because she's one of the events that can save you from the freaking guests.
Oh boy.
Unbeknownst to us.
Unbeknownst to us. So, let's embark on this railless journey.
I should have guessed just by the picture that will.
Oh, that's the wrong.
Hold on a second. How detailed that was.
That is the wrong
overlay.
overlay.
Disguise, isn't it? We should probably.
I thought I fixed
it
that.
rather than.
There.
Because you know what? Just like on the Z, apparently some superstitions are 100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
Incomplete, but correct.
That's not what I wanted either. Where is Steam? There is Steam.
Is it behind my butt?
Nope. It's over here.
Did I just say it's just, was it behind my behind?
Uh-huh.
Is that like looking underneath the underneath?
Begin the begin.
No, like you gotta look beneath the beneath it. It was the thing about like ninja duplicity and code word usage in Naruto, and I made jokes about it in the opening quest to Journey to Target, where we had to pick the dialogue option and
right.
option underneath it, and
Yeah.
and I made the Naruto reference to translate to do about telling you what to do. I eventually had to hit you with a head. It was silly.
Okay, if you could desk and then light. Thank you.
Illuminators. Something bad happened to a library.
Yeah.
I dislike this.
Yeah, I don't like when bad things happen to libraries.
The last selling
Okay.
That's wildly overhyped. Different parts of the library caught fire at different times throughout history. Really just a slow decline, actually.
Okay, I need to find Port Prosper, which I think is somewhere to the northeast. Let's see.
The biggest problem I have right now is the scroll's getting so old that they like couldn't be good anymore. Utilizing.
Prospects available. But lots of stuff, so let's...
Needs anything in that case for that?
Nope.
What are we doing now?
They sell souls. So let's start heading this way like we've been intending to do for a while.
Oh yeah, we've got like 3 quests open already.
Mm-hmm.
Quests are stored in the hold.
Yep.
In the hold.
Quests are stored in the hold. Okay, so yeah. We need more munitions. We have a little bit of that in storage right now. It's bound for Lustrum, which is in a similar direction to where we think Port Prosper is.
Oh yeah, didn't we like not actually find Lustrum successfully?
Yeah, we haven't found either.
Yeah.
Okay. Northeast for Prosper and east-northeast.
So the whole northeast quadrant of the map is a target.
Uh-huh. Even though that's most of what we've explored, really. We just know that whatever's over there, something. Maybe there's something right there. That would be awful.
Can you zoomify out?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a Corkle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there might be like a bite in that one asteroid? Or whatever these things are.
Let's call them islands, because that's effectively what they are.
Spylands, since they're space islands.
Well, yeah. Okay, well, we
And
can
this is
find
Archipelago.
for Port Prosper up there. And it was Port Prosper that was needing bronze wood. 7 of them. I know I got some and then sold it well before getting well before getting that that prospect.
So you didn't put any in the bunk?
I do have one in the bunk.
Bonk.
So, but yeah, since I only have, well, I can deliver them bit at a time. So, let's go ahead and pull those out. Can put the tea away.
The tea and the coconut. Tea away.
And let's look for lustrum first.
Into the unknown! No, first, let's determine
Yes.
I'm missing the adverb I want to use here, but the our port to go to if we have trouble.
Well, that'll depend on where we are when we face trouble.
We're exploring that way. We want to stop at Carolyn.
Either Carolyn or Port Avon, depending on where we find trouble.
Yeah, depending on how long things take, we could run out of fuel or supplies.
We have quite a lot of fuel and
Make for
supplies.
emergency port. Preemptively. Thanks, Brian. Sheesh.
Yeah. Well, those are the two, and I suspect it won't be long before we find lustrum, because there's not much area left that it could be in.
If you go, you can go the direction of the lost.
Yeah. Oh, dang it.
Still?
I thought I fixed that.
It still says that.
Dang it. Okay. Pause. Alt-tab. I could have sworn I changed that.
Twitch is lagging terrible about this.
Wait, it says Thursday Throne, though. I totally did that. Okay.
Holy crud, it actually changed in real time? But they had to refresh these things.
Huh. Maybe they improved that.
I mean, I remember Scott Manley would frequently get complaints from viewers that it wasn't the game that was good games. And I remember you basically have to stop stream and restart just to show that the correct game again. And it works, man. Doesn't actually need the money from Twitch, does it for fun?
Yeah.
Doesn't bother.
Mm.
Also, it means he has none of that, like, annoying Twitch stream
Mm.
you know, like the sub animation. All the interruptive stuff.
Yeah.
And the annoying. Everything that makes Twitch stream. Someone to do.
Oop. Oh no, that's a scout. Yep, looks like a tank. Possibly.
Jeez. Get a mentioned it before. No, I don't need ships again. You can load forever. They're loading these guys. These three bunny shepherds. Where are you getting the sheep? Oh man, the reaches are so empty. Oh, I don't like these. Oh wait, that's a leaf.
No, those are like ice
That's like
spikes.
nasty ice spikes. You're right.
I think they are ice crystals.
Oh weird. Okay. I think they're in the head.
I don't want to risk it.
Yeah,
At least with these, though, I think you're right. Yeah.
there's
Are you serious?
this is like give that
Well, no, that definitely was in the background. I was just keeping north because that's where I thought Lustrum would be.
Yeah, I assume like nothing you're looking for is
Yeah.
I think you just did south of New Winchester.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I did. I think that line, or that intersection there, is due east of New Winchester.
I believe it is, yeah. It used to be like mid. I didn't realize how many guns I had.
Oh yeah, I don't. Forgot. At least I know it's there. The drill is, yes.
If you lost your scout.
I forgot what button I pushed to do that.
Controls
F.
for
Find things.
yeah.
There's something right there.
Oh, something you just missed somehow earlier.
Yeah.
Probably do that.
Yep.
I don't even might miss.
It was definitely that. I was trying to get the heck away from it. Oh, I think it exploded right in front of me. Oh, jeez. That was a very palpable hit. You shot a rock. Oh, jeez. I'm just going to reverse the whole way there. Skyfarers exposed to the haunting light of the stars are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. One of your engineers has taken an oath of utter silence. He refuses to speak or make any sound at all. He has gagged himself and wrapped rags around his feet to muffle his footsteps. He refuses to employ either wrench or hammer. He is not, as it stands, much use. I'll attempt it. That's what I did last time. I have slightly better than even odds. Failure. You harry them back to work with a carefully stewed mixture of encouragement and chastisement, but their obsessions only continue to consume them. They make mistakes, some of which are dangerous, and their persistent oddness unsettles the crew. Okay. Dang it!
This is annoying. Oh, you gotta beat up with it once.
It's a horror. Yeah, it's, I need a saying for it.
One of the more disturbing landmarks in the... Wait, I thought they had things.
Yeah, it is. Don't linger your terrible injuries more than usually as long as you remain near it. Yeah, but the question mark was in the saying spot. Yes, I know, but I need to know what's over here. Oh, sun rings. Got it. What a saying. Yeesh.
Technically, I can't take ourselves.
Borges Ridge.
So not stuck. Sounds like it's
Tackety. Where the hell is anything? Here, let's F these clouds right here. Make sure I didn't overlook something on the tip of this island. Where is anything? Lustrum is probably, like, right over there.
Yeah, is that Lustrum? Not bad, but...
Well, no, my scout is totally a bat. Mascot.
It's ridiculous. Where is anything? Abort! Abort! It's having found something. Thanks, man.
Finally.
Sheesh.
The frantic, hustling heart of Lustrum, crammed with prospectors, peddlers, and purveyors of essential and occasionally legal services. Most business takes place here unless you're a dreamer seeking your fortune in the claim fields. A little accountancy firm snuggled in the snowy drifts. Sweet Jane oversees everything herself: the transference of funds, the balancing of probabilities, the transport of commodities, the termination of contracts. She is huddled behind her desk, swaddled in a monstrously ugly red scarf. While she fiddles with her abacus with one gloved hand, she heats the other over a little coal fire. Her one good eye focuses on you. She smiles. She surveys you alarmingly. She limps to the window. Snow batters the window pane. The shadow of the mountain is all but lost in the blizzard. The lantern light means the offices of the Windward Company are just about visible. I was raised by the company. Children are faster workers, you understand. Her fingers drum on the windowsill. Such a waste. Where they see men, they see labor. Where they see time, they see chains with which to bind us. But where they see death in the skies, I see victory. She turns to you and smiles. Bring me nameplates torn from London's ships. I will see you adequately compensated. I am not ready to do such a thing. Sweet Jane turns back to the window and stares at the dizzying snow. Understand on this matter, I have no pride. It is too important. The offer will be open if you change your mind. Port report. So much for the quiet retirement village that used to be here. The rush of prospectors has ripped the civility from the place as efficiently as the geodes from the mountainside. The scars that remain are no less vivid. Fewer and fewer prospectors return with geodes of hours, and the cost of processing them off-site grows every day. Still, for now, Lustrum thrives, and offers the promise of riches for any lucky or industrious miner willing to come and risk everything in the snow and the mud. For safety reasons, all claimants must hire a hour harker to escort them on the mountain. The hour harkers all agree on the importance of this. Let's see. Tensions between the company and the Tacketies grow by the day. The poison air coming from Windward's processing factory is only the latest insult. Singing caves. Not right now. Oh, hey. I gained a level. Let's take a new facet. Okay. Iron and mirrors sounds like a good combination right now.
Black sheep also gets that.
That's what I'm on right now.
Or sorry, the other, the lizard.
The lizard. Yeah, mirrors and iron. You lost your mind once. They put you in a splendid hotel managed by a cheery gentleman who would determine when you could leave. Yeah, that would give me more mirrors.
Red and green.
Okay, sure. How colorful the other guests were, how red the curtains, how gold the fittings, how secure the locks. Eventually you were allowed to leave. But was your recovery genuine? Yes, you're feeling much better, thank you. Through trial and error and determination, you learned to tell what is from what is not. The manager said he was sad to see you go.
Except you had to say, even now your world is red and gold and splendid. Much needed mirrors. Not enough, though. I bet you need 3 more.
That gave me a 5% boost there, I think.
Time to climb the mountain in search of the singing what?
The singing caves. Explore Lustrum. Your boots crunch through the snow, clean and bright, lacking the lingering sadness of London's ammonia-suffused lacquer. The townspeople nod politely to you, a distinguished visitor, but avert their eyes from the grizzled prospectors and get-rich-quick merchants who have taken over their slice of civilization on the mountain. They wait impatiently for a day when the mountain has nothing more to offer, and the uncouth invaders finally leave, hoping that something still remains when all of value has finally been plundered. An embossed plaque under the hastily painted sign reveals this miner's pub to have once been the Empress's Lustrum guest house. Its once fine mahogany tables and chairs are now little but sawdust on the floor and a lingering smell in the fireplace.
There's a little more flavor text above than skeleton.
Yep.
Full sell their futures for. Or wait, did you read it on?
I don't know. It was briefly a modest, pleasant town on the Mother of Mountains, now runs on increasingly desperate dreams of riches. Fools sell their futures for the chance to mine years from the mountain's frozen sides. Sharper minds sell pickaxes, supplies, and the promise of a warm bed at the end of a bitter day's work. Irritable miners jockey for space by insufficient fireplaces. They pay for the overpriced drinks with their dwindling coins or lowest quality hours. A few fortunates bear the mark of minor success, the baby soft hands that come from regularly handling unseasoned hours. Prospectors are not trusting people. Every new arrival is more competition, but while the drinks last, you're welcome to sit at their table. 10 sovereigns? Yeah, I can do that.
The great leveler.
An elderly prospector and a hulking, scarred miner move aside to give you just enough space to squeeze in. Everyone seems to be talking shop. More importantly, everyone at this table appears to have had at least some luck out here. listen to gossip about geodes. One prospector tells of finding a geode in the shape of a lion, apparently a mark of great fortune. Another talks of chipping away in silence so as not to startle the hours inside. Another mentions how cold the geodes are. As difficult as it is to work, a layer of thick ice underneath the snow is considered a sign of a good claim. They all agree that the mining day must begin with a libation, a cup of moonshine poured to the mountain's good graces. If it rumbles, it is said the offering is accepted. Purple wisps appear over their claim afterwards. Its prospector is blessed indeed. It sits wrapped in a dusty, disintegrating shroud, nursing a flagon that never goes to where its lips presumably are. The cloaked figure beckons to you. Valuables for sale, it wheezes, its voice throaty and high-pitched. Exchange for buried time, yes, please. It offers unusual relics in exchange, or a few rusted coins that would barely buy transport to anywhere else. Mr. Penny's. The miners try to ignore it, but it must have some reason to bother setting up its stall here. Everything ends, the figure wheezes, even law. For everything, a reckoning. Need help. Need hours. Postpone reckoning. Shadows with thistle ropes and broken wings waiting on riverbank to catch vital breath. Everything dies. Must outlast. We trade, yes? Trade hours? We trade hours now, yes? Good quality merchandise. Introduce the short-sighted cryptozoologist. She's traveled a long way to meet this particular curator. The cryptozoologist beams with excitement. Oh, I have so many questions. Where does your species come from? How did you learn to speak English? What do you call yourselves? I mean, it can't be curator in your own language, right? What's the difference between a master and just a mister? No offense. Ooh, what do you look like under that cloak? Are there female curators? She lifts the now terrified-looking Mr. Penny's hood and squeals. You're adorable! How do you fit those wings in there? And you leave her to it. She seems happy enough. Mr. Penny's, perhaps not.
Oh, like Mr. Iron and Mr. Bones and the creatures that inhabit the space crabs, like those are.
Yup.
I don't understand why you need to have creatures inhabiting the things that deliver messages between stars and have them, like, do trade.
I mean, them doing trade is probably happenstance. Like, coincidental, because I feel like otherwise their role is probably symbiotic. Like, you know, there are things that the crab can't manage about itself, so it has tiny little helper mites living on it.
And the stone pigs to something of a weapon system.
Or propulsion, whichever.
Probably both. There's no such thing as an unarmed spaceship, after all.
Yeah. Hours for artifacts or money.
It won't change. How much does it offer, I wonder?
Probably not much.
I mean, hopefully more gift to sell them.
Probably equivalent, honestly. Like it says, a pitiful exchange. It's like you need to unload something here to afford Whatever. They don't leave you no way out, but they don't leave you much. Some come for the fine teas, others for the carefully prepared manila folders underneath the counter. All agree that the scones are divine. An oasis of London civility and culture in a town with little of either, Melusine Murgatroyd stands proudly behind the display of fresh scones and slightly yellowing cream buns. At small wooden tables, successful prospectors and their significant others welcome themselves to the world of the nouveau riche with a spot of afternoon tea. Pinky fingers stand proud and erect from bone china cups, covertly topped up with moonshine.
Scones!
She single-handedly runs both the family business and the family business, unless you count the small gaggle of overworked and underpaid maids, which Melusine does not. They never do. Smelling faintly of burned hair, she tinkers with the latest invention intended to be her ticket out of both this no-horse town and her father's control. Eyebrows, she confirms, are a small price to pay for scientific progress. Look at her inventions. Her workshop has slowly taken over the back room of the salon. Trade spy intelligence with Melusine. Nobody knows the latest happenings like a Murgatroyd, and she's always interested in unusual finds. Trade 2 uncanny specimens for a savage secret. Haven't found much use for uncanny specimens yet, so sure, why not? I have 5. I can spend 2 here. Melusine accepts your finds and presents the fruits of her own eavesdropping. M. Bazalgette's agent, seen heading for Port Prosper, new murmurs of sedition after Windward's latest incident. Assorted snippets from as far as the Blue Kingdom. You make careful notes and file them away for future exploitation.
Oh yeah, the Blue Kingdom, the one where the gate exploded a little.
An assortment of terrible opportunities. Melusine glows with pride as you examine her mostly untested inventions. The clockwork lens array that offers superhuman levels of telescopic sight, provided you can insert all 6 sharp brass hooks under your eyelids. The internal combustion privy, ideal for handling unpleasant waste products and warming whatever's left of your house after the inevitable explosion. An automated pickaxe capable of striking the earth 7 times a second. Melusine nods, irritated. Pity about the minor bone-shattering issue. The only thing she won't let you poke at is a twisted arrangement of glassware and electricity in the corner. That's not mine. Not entirely. I'm still working on that. Complicated. You know if you know. If you don't, I shouldn't say.
If you know, you know.
This probably helps to deal with terror, so let's do that. Melusine's maids hurry around, serving a clientele more used to bellowing at bartenders than sitting politely with exquisitely cut cucumber sandwiches. Eventually, it's your turn to be served. You're invited to choose your preferred blend. Yeah, let's go with Empress's favor. That feels like the kind that would, it feels like Reminiscence would,
Straight from the Blue Kingdom. That would terrify half the crew.
Mm-hmm.
The half that are from the original. Yep.
Terror has fallen. Familiar, comfortable, with just a hint of lingering bitterness. A true Londoner's blend. Return to Taunt. I don't think I'll worry about staking a claim on my own just yet. Okay, need 1 more munitions out here. Bargains available. Verdant seeds.
Oh, good. How many are you eating again?
I think I already delivered all of them that I needed.
Oh.
I can still buy them though, because that's cheap, and I have room. And there's only 3. Fresh from the gardens of the Reach, this green-thumbed captain buys crops for a pittance from the region's scattered farmsteads, then sells the yield at larger ports. Okay, now I need fuel and supplies.
A source of cheap hours.
Well, standard price.
This place exports them, so this is probably one of the cheapest places you find it. Unless it's some kind of special.
Yeah,
I don't think you need any more though.
I think the prices of things are a bit more fixed than they are in Sunless seas. Like like any place that just straight up sells an item, sells them for the price that you can in turn sell them in New Winchester.
Okay. I was gonna say, unless you want to see what Mr. Pennies gives you for hours.
Well, it was an otherworldly artifact.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, it's it.
What about the other deal where it gives you coin?
It's just money. Probably less than 80 if I had to guess. Or just 80. The mountain slopes are veined with the unmined hours the enduring Empress hungers for. They are dug from the stone as geodes, minutes growing within them like salt. Most geodes are the size of a walnut, but legend says Old Tom, one of the first prospectors, excavated a whole century the size of a whale. The Mother of Mountains stretches on almost forever from its snowy peak down through the seemingly endless strata of lethal nebula gas. On the far side of its cliffs, the Windward Company's machines strip the rocky flesh from the mountain and cast its ore into the perpetual fire of their furnaces. Prospectors from Lustrum have to do everything the hard way, chipping away at their frozen, hard-won claims in search of precious hours. Yeah, not right now. I'll come back later for that.
Did there used to be alicorns out here?
Alright, so if I want to find Port Prosper, it'll be up this way. Maybe here, maybe here, maybe here.
Maybe up. So there's northeast. Lustrum lives very east.
This is an unhappy-looking little archipelago here. That's not the word that I wanted. That is peninsula. Thank you. Bleh. Why did I say archipelago?
That's a question.
Eye brain. Okay.
I'm glad we finally found it.
Me too.
We definitely need that fast travel. It's way too good.
Yep. Come on.
See, it was like this grid, and there was something there for yourself. Look how empty everything is. Whee!
In what way? That's not helpful.
It turns out they're also treasures.
Oh. An abandoned signal box.
Oh, decent.
Window cracks have accreted a filling of moss-green dust. Once white paint is yellowed and peeling. The signal box possesses a faded dignity like a beleaguered butler. It was designed with pride, to be part of that great folly, the Isambard line. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates they must later replenish it. Read the ledger. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Shake withdrew from the cache, citing desperate times. There is a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain writes of a vast object that drew a burning arc across their path. It seared a line into their vision and the navigator's heart. She insisted on trying to follow it for days. Whelping rest. Well. Oh, that's an unfriendly. Oh, whoa. Mm. Gotcha. Ooh. 100% chance of success. Heck yeah. Gossip. The cabin door did not survive the onset of your guns, nor did the captain. You have to tread carefully. The carpet will not be saved. A few scorched documents sit on the bronzewood desk. They make for interesting reading. Apparently London had need of a few brave captains willing to bring fire to the Tacites. You would not have expected the signatories of the orders. Scuzzlebutt. Patrick Duffy for a leg. And remember when South Park was just weird and goofy?
South Park was weird.
Yeah.
Nice. Another magazine.
Looks like it. Guess not. They're taking the hours to eyes. It's blue and blue on the ting. Hey. Port Prosper. Hot dog. Agbanon Spring. Crammed at the feet of a hulking crag, Port Prosper is a little London, divided into an affluent West End and an impecunious East. Queen's Cross is a busy station, crowded with engines that have arrived through the nearby transit relay from Albi. An opportunity, Ministry-approved literature for auction. How many of those do I need again? 5. I have just enough room.
No, I guess you didn't have quite enough ammo to look to it.
No, I didn't. I had 4.
Where's that Brunswick gun?
Here, actually.
Awesome.
So let's, go ahead and unload that. Port Prosper's wealthy West End is home to the Reach's largest auction house, Mallow and Marblecroft. Within these hallowed chambers, the great and good of Prosper rub shoulders with visitors from all over Albion. All come in hope of bargains on curios, antiques, and outrageous luxuries. It's crass, of course, to ask how the auction house comes by the goods in such quantities. %40 chance of success, 3. 500 sovereigns, 250. Well, 5 is how many I need. 40% chance of success. Not great, but,
You need to increase your fortune.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you do that.
Me neither.
That half money.
You're outrageously outbid by an infamous Port Prosper heiress and the widow of a much-loved duke. The ante keeps rising. These bidders would spend on a book what most would spend hosting a ball. As you carry away the few small items you were able to secure, you spot the heiress's butler handing the Duchess a calling card. Was their bidding war merely an elaborate seduction? Well, that got me 3 literature. And I can do that one more. Oh, no, I can't. Not right now. Oh, hey, it's the Incognito Princess. Again.
Perhaps a deliberate festivities and switchers came down with, so hope you have enough money.
I'm pretty sure I have enough money. She disembarks with her bag in hand and peers up at a clock tower that is being raised above the station. It is tangled with scaffolding and rings with the sound of hammers and the cries of workmen. The inspector will depart. Be sure you've held any conversation with her that you wish to. You will receive fuel and supplies in addition to a sum of money. Ensure you have 6 spaces in your hold before accepting.
Oh.
Dang it.
That's a bunch of fuel and supplies.
Yeah.
Okay, I can drop her off later.
Yeah. We're here, but you can't go yet. Yeah, well.
Maybe talk to her some more.
The Albion Transit Relay lies in a cul-de-sac close to the Port Prosper dock. Another captain may have useful information about the relay. A garrulous captain is delighted to have an excuse to talk. I'm happy to help, sir. Happy to help. They point down the docks. There you are. Keep going past the port. You can't miss it. If you've good eyes, you might even be able to see it from here. Passage ain't free, mind. You can travel first class if you have a ministry-stamped permit, or you can bring a couple of barrels of hours to travel second class. I have encountered...
You get this familiar company.
Yeah, I can. Right, I remember her description. 100 sovereigns, easy. A first officer. Do I have a first officer yet? I do. It's the fortunate navigate. But being able to rebalance my
So you got 6 beers.
yeah.
Is she that incognito? She is wearing a tiara.
I am a humble first officer looking for, what's the word when commoners do things for coins? She asked. Work, that's it. She beams at you, delighted, as innocent as a Gatling gun. As she steps aboard, a commoner calmly takes a spoon from his pocket and scoops out his eyes. What? After such radiance, all else is tawdry, he says between screams. What? It seems she has already forgotten about her signing on money. It didn't even cost me anything. She didn't take the money.
You just needed to have it.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
That is. The offices of the Windward Company on Port Prosper are elegantly appointed, if antiquated. Paintings of old London adorn the walls. The parsimonious chairman has work for ruthless captains. He sits behind his imported mahogany desk, a decanter of brandy at his left hand, and a series of neatly stacked reports at his right. A fire has been lit in the cavernous hearth. It is too warm. Listen to his offer. He pours the brandy into 2 glasses, then produces a ruler to measure the amounts. To business, he smiles, revealing the extensive damage to his teeth. I was a pugilist back in London, a young man's game. He stands at the window, watching the starlight bathe the sloping streets of Prosper. This place exists because of constant work, from the politicians who planned it, to the pioneers who built it, to the soldiers who even today defend it from the Tacadies. We have need of more such work. Bring me a nameplate. Bring me nameplates from Tacadi engines. We keep lists. You will be rewarded. No. Yeah. The parsimonious chairman sighs as though used to disappointment. He allows you to finish your brandy before ringing a little bell. His secretary escorts you out. My door, the chairman says as you leave, is always open. Its narrow streets huddle in the shadow of a great crag. Banners display the stony features of her renewed majesty. Wealthy West Enders strut by, exchanging polite greetings and veiled gossip, while sooty East End workers file to the hour refining factories. Peeling posters promise fresh, wholesome lives in the Reach to new arrivals, but most of the posters are years old. More newcomers arrive at Port Prosper than ever leave it. Very little happens on Port Prosper, but someone might take an interest. The factories continue to belch out smoke, while over the bridge, hopeful crowds gather outside the Admiral Nelson. Lovers can be seen strolling arm in arm along the promenade, at a respectable distance from their chaperones. There was a brief protest outside the Windward Company factory, swiftly quelled. The scones at the Nelson were as good as ever, though the piquancy of the jam was less than might be desired.
Scones!
Tend to parade. It is, apparently, the Feast of the Red Saint. Gaudy banners fly over the painted rooftops of Port Prosper. The smog of the East End is hidden away by giant posters displaying dragons in varying degrees of vivisection. The cramped streets are clogged with people. Wealthy West Enders promenade about the amusements, while impoverished East Enders work the stalls and huddle by the chestnut fires for warmth. A painted dragon pursued by knights is chased through the crowds to a chorus of "Ho, the riding!" Mingle with the West Enders, the hats, the crinoline, the starch that gleams on the mustaches. You're sure you'll fit right in. Or mingle with the East Enders, lurking in the tents or manning the stalls at the side streets or scowling at the passing gentry. They seem more your level. fraternize with everyone. Skyfarers are not limited by the rigid social structures of Port Prosper, though neither are they beloved for it. You are treated as a curiosity and viewed from all sides with suspicion. Still, you find yourself in conversation with an elderly colonel who has retired to Port Prosper. A bulwark of sanity, he calls it. A line in the sand against all the stuff out there. He introduces you to one of the riders in the procession, who takes you on a tour of the carnival. You converse with chestnut sellers and flower arrangers, drink in the outdoor pubs, and dance with several of the vaudeville players. At the end of the day, you've learnt many names and faces, and even acquired a few calling cards. Tolerated by both. Cheers go up from house to height, where a team of patriotic mountaineers have scaled the cliff and unveiled the Union Jack. The most famous cafe in all Port Prosper is open today. The Admiral Nelson is Port Prosper's most exclusive tea house. Westenders congregate here to sit amongst the many little tables of ornamental shepherds and bulldogs, and drink tea from little saucers with Her Renewed Majesty's face on them. The Admiral Nelson is so exclusive, in fact, that it opens only occasionally, and never does anything so crass as advertise. People know by word of mouth, initially at least. Afterwards, most Prosperians join the queue. Eavesdrop, engage in pointed gossip. It was almost the Nelsons' raison d'etre. Raison d'etre. There is much that can be learned here at the heart of polite society if you're discreet. My veils isn't high enough. Sneak tea cakes for the porters. The few East End staff are kept on retainer for the less rarefied requirements of the Nelsons running. Take tea with the ladies who brunch. Need to be eastward reputation, embraced, or westward. Let's engage in pointed gossip. You join a circle of very energetic critics who always take the table by the east window. You dispense acidic bon mots as you pass the cream to your left, and compliments if you don't listen too closely with the jam to your right. You comment merrily on the flaws and foibles of a number of people you have met, and a great many more you haven't. It is a wonderful way to spend an afternoon. You're tolerated by the prosperous Westenders. A gunshot in the night, pistols in the morning. The Westenders close ranks. And the grand ball. I don't have... More time must pass before this is available. Would-be pioneers clamor at the station, eager to make their fortunes amongst the stars. I think I'll do that, but first, I need to go record my life. I do beg your pardon. I shall return.
And did you turn it on? Why is it not so done? Ferris knows. Handle at least. Don't mistake my arms for boredom. I'm just tired from the day's exertions and having eaten too much pizza. So there is a fan blowing directly. What do you want to fix that? It's only a matter of degrees. It's only a far corner. Seems you have too much crap. And not enough space. I think an email about some shadowy twins. It's like these make me want to change the powers that be to the powers that were. That word the dragons use. Change given the form of the god. Let's roll up to the places where the harass are gathered and yell fire at them. Yes, I'm making Skyrim references after a sword. is that unsettling thing? It has an eyeball. That's the canner. Oh, it's the bat. Okay, it's just a bat hanging upside down. And possibly wearing one of them. Fuel efficiency. It's economical. So that was just that. Hey. It's like they necessarily would get learns every day. Ancient numbers. Common or garden armament. This again. This again. Oh. 6 more bronze. 5 literature for inconceivable service. I'm not sure that word means what the ringmaster thinks it means. Seems Toast is not the only one who needs to make a recording. I can guess that. It's one who plays 6. Who's that? Civilization 6. I can sense Amph's consternation since 7 comes out. Siete! Where the settler should like to go. I sure hope it's somewhere we've discovered so far.
Apparently, someone made a mod for Oblivion that lets you order an actual pizza from within the game.
Everybody Final Fantasy, let them have that.
It did?
Wait, no, it was never correct.
Ah.
I feel like if this one may have briefly done something.
I don't know. That does sound like more of an EverQuest thing to do, though.
Here's a question: are you ordering the pizza with real world money, or can you order it with in-game currency?
I'm pretty sure you're paying for it with real world money because there's no way that the Domino's API would accept in-game currency.
5 million gil on a pizza.
All right, let's transport us somewhere. Would you take me to the Failbetter and Stainrod Nature Reserve? I'd love to see the wilderness. From a safe distance, of course. You wiped your hand on your trousers after shaking his disquietingly sweaty hand. This is it, isn't it? Leaving the safety of Port Prosper. Really going out into the world. Here we go then, eh?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's a place that I know where it is, at least.
Yeah, I'm glad they're going somewhere that we found.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess if you want to drop off the... Is there something else you wanted to see before being dropped off in your the Vester cells have at least 3 more things. Because I'm guessing she gives you like 3 fuel and 3 supplies or something.
Mm-hmm. I think we can just come back later, because we need to make the deliveries anyway.
Oh yeah, we've got to bring it back to the...
Bronzewood. Which we would get from, the nature reserve.
Really, you can talk to the facilities inspector or something.
Yeah. I hadn't really been doing that, but it is a thing that can be done. Let's head to Magdalene's. See if there are any bargains there. And then swoop on down to New Winchester, drop off port reports, etc.
You want to stop off at 6?
I could do that too. That wouldn't be too far out of the way.
Someone or something for the 6.
You open up the officer's menu, but that person is not an officer.
Inventory?
Yes. Nope, something is amiss. Things are out of place. Unexplained cracker crumbs on the pantry floor. The chief engineer's favorite wrench hung up on the wrong hook. Several empty pages torn from the back of your logbook. The crew protest their innocence and contribute their own stories. Vanished shoelaces, doors left open, oily footprints on a door frame. You have a story. Coax them out. You wait until late, then make a hot toddy and find a comfortable chair in the galley. Casually, you begin talking aloud to the empty room. You talk of the hardness of the sky and the terrible things that can befall those who are alone in it, without friends or companions to help when their luck runs out. All right, you've made your point. A shadow appears in the doorway. It is an urchin with ratty blonde hair and a sooty face. Got another one of those? She asks, her hungry eyes fixed on the toddy. The urchin wears an oversized Skyfarer's coat, clumsily and drastically hemmed at the sleeves and tails. Her eyes are pale, accustomed to starlight. A model of old frostbite blemishes one cheek. When she speaks, her voice seems older than the rest of her. What is she, 12, 13? What are you doing here? She shrugs. Just catching a ride, she says insolently. I've been catching engines across the reach in Albion for years. Seen half the sky I have. Port Prosper to the Silent Saint, Skyhenge to Caroline.
Skyhenge.
She's taken aback by the question. No one's ever asked before. Usually there's a lot of shouting, then I'm chucked off at the next port. She thinks about it, looking around at the bridge. She's a good engine, loyal. I'd like to stay, she decides, until such time as I know. Sure, why not? New mascot. That'll doubtless give different stats than the Blimmigan. I like the Blimmigan, but she might be more useful for certain situations. Well, actually, she salutes you inexpertly. You won't regret it. I can help out, like. I know my way around an engine, and I'm no stranger to the sky. I know stuff. I could teach you. Perhaps another time, you tell her. You shake her grubby hand and send her to bed. It's past her bedtime. What?
She may have to charge them. Yeah, you probably should talk to your officers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're your whole quest lines.
Right. That's a stovepipe.
Okay, the witnesses.
Ooh, loot. Or salvage, rather. But, yeah. Ooh, and more. Fuel. Let's just... Whoa, hey there. No. I've encountered these guys before.
Hi, yeah,
This has gotten quite chaotic out here.
Pleasant deals the anchor dice squad. Remember to lead your shots.
Yep.
Free loot floating in this sky.
Let's scavenge for parts.
Sometimes guarded.
Much better.
Needed that.
You exhort your crew to get over their damn superstitions and start stripping the Explorer. They begin dutifully and gingerly, but soon begin to treat the Explorer as the icon of all they fear. Star madness, the thunder of guns, a wild death in the empty sky. They rip out plating and spare parts with frenzied glee. Oh, there's a horror over there. Lovely. Is this world lit? Uncovering something of cantankerity.
What, like that?
Oops.
Ow, I think big one again?
I juked wrong. Damn it. There. Cantankerous are lumbering, half-fossilized isopods that will attack anything they disapprove of. Disapprove, not disprove. There is eating on a Cantankerous if you have more patience than taste. Deploy your canning equipment. Enough remains of the creature to extract several meals of tasteless mush.
How many supplies is that getting out?
Let's find out. 1. That's fine. Saws buzz, shell hammers pound, vices squeeze. Once the parts are separated, your cook is able to scoop rich jelly from beneath the carapace and soften a tangle of corded muscles in the tenderizer. It's enough to fill several large cans. I will take free supplies.
Disturbing a disgruntled
Mm-hmm.
That's the name for a group.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. It's distressingly appropriate. A disgruntled.
Notice me? Nope. I won't worry about it. Here is Magdalene's. Finally, Magdalene's, a hot bath and a decent conversation. Oop. Dang it.
The princess specifically desires that you die.
Mm-hmm. Skyfarers, someone has been making subtle amendments to your navigator's calculations, presumably in an attempt to alter your course. The culprit is discovered to be a reticent engineer. You demand an explanation. She once encountered the storm that speaks, and it spoke to her in voices that she had thought she'd never hear again. Ever since, she's been trying to find it once more. You know what, since I got that extra supplies, sure.
You should drop there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brandy.
Yeah. That evening, your engine is loud with song and laughter. The sky shanties are perhaps a little lubricated, the humor laced with a touch of mania. But for now, the fears of the sky are forgotten. A passing Cantankerous grumbles through the cold night. It tuts at the bright, glaring warmth of your windows. It flicks a disapproving antenna at the noise and the hour. When you have passed it by, it is glad to have the quiet and cold of the sky back.
Swooning uncontrollably into the dog.
An illicit stall has been set up near the port where the doctors and nurses of Magdalene sell off the property of captains in their care who require extensive stays. Otherworldly artifact, crew. Yeah, a significant amount of terror. Cool. There's always someone interesting to share a drink with in this house of comfort.
How much cash?
50. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, big terror.
The Blythe bar in the reception is famously well stocked. Attendants are on hand to keep an eye on the clientele and ensure no one seeks treatment while too squiffy. You while away the hours in the company of several windward defectors, a traveling magician, a pair of quarreling botanists, and one almost definite ministry spy, aided by the convivial delights of a bottle or three of starshine-tinted brandy. Report. I think that's the same as last time.
They can move.
What can move?
They're normally found featured on the company house that actually in Winchester. However, they can move as the war and reach progresses.
Well, yeah, the Indurate veteran and the prudent secretary.
Yeah, I didn't realize he moved.
Oh yeah, it's been saying that since the beginning.
Did I imagine maybe?
For some cases of sleepless nights lost in formless terror, of persistent night terrors and elucid dreams, more severe treatments are required. In these somber chambers of red and gold-painted glass, the worst failings of the heart are treated. An attendant waits to take your details and your payment. He asks only that you request the name of the person you wish to treat you. The Queen!
Yeah, it's really.
I need more drink. I'll be right back.
Cost a moment of inspiration or whatever the heck that is. Someone tell the Queen I had a bad dream. Space Queen? Space Queen? Maybe she's also a tiny queen, too.
I'm so British, I shit the Queen. That's still one of my favorite ones of those. Like, it wasn't the first one that I heard, because obviously, it's the what, I'm so goth I shit bats. But you know, you kind of need the setup for that style of thing for I'm so British I shit the Queen to make any sense whatsoever.
On the face of them, the jokes are so dumb, they should too.
Your mother. No. Your mother. You misheard me. The kettle is on, filling the room with steam. Have you seen this room before? Her face is behind a veil, but the voice is right, as perfect as you've heard in dreams. I've seen everyone away so we can talk properly. You still take sugar, yes. Nice.
I guess that one was on a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had to have a moment of inspiration, but it didn't cost it. Ooh, that dropped an nightmare.
Yeah. I'm okay with leaving it at that. So let's see if it okay, yeah, that will cost another one of those.
Are there any Westy trades available here?
Yeah, oops.
I know the princess specifically wanted to be here. Maybe you should want to talk to her.
Yeah. Bargains, souls. I can hold 3 more.
wants to buy Sacred Souls.
I can take those to, what's his fuss? The devil place.
Oh, someone in Carolyn?
Yeah, like they take souls as payment for stuff. And can just buy those normally as well here. Alright. From the tiara-crested brow downwards, there is nothing about the incognito princess that is not incandescent. She is like the sun, and about as dangerous to anything in the vicinity. Wherever the princess goes, she looks around with a surplus of curiosity and a complete lack of care. While she seems incapable of discerning between the two, the incognito princess seems intrigued by any mention of daring do and abyssal horror. Certainly. Thrilled by your tales, the princess invites you to her quarters. I have a secret, she says, removing the tiara before donning a second, more expensive tiara. I am Queen Victoria's daughter. I trust your discretion. It's a considerable ask. This must be the captivating princess, the daughter of Victoria who dwells in a miasma of rumors of excess, ranging from red honey to cannibalism. A half-asphyxiated starling has somehow found its way aboard. It flies to her hand. She pets it gently. One is traveling to broaden one's mind before one takes on a new role. It would be a delight to meet with the engineers who keep the eternal ball of perdurance tick-tocking away. She smiles. You find yourself outside. Okay, so she wants to go to Perdurance.
Wait, is that a place?
Yes. I'm pretty sure that's the artificial sun.
Oh, neat. She's revealed her identity to you, even though that was obvious. So we tell Sarah his guy's story. How was her stats relative to your other protection?
2 hearts, 6 mirrors versus 6 iron, 2 veils.
Ooh, she's got big mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
These sleeves full, do you want to go sing?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I have that in
You
storage.
can do that next time you're in New Winchester.
Yeah. The navigator is rarely in his cabin. He's popular with the crew, and card games and drinking sessions occur spontaneously in his presence. He is, of course, never the instigator. Let's see, it's been a while since I've talked with him. Where was he wanting to be seconded?
Oh yeah, he had a segment. Somewhere.
You need a caged chorister bee, 2 gourds of nectar, and 2 caddies of tea.
Oh, you had both of those at one point.
Yeah, wish I'd realized that. You need a report caduceus. Just wanting secondment. Avid Horizon. Okay. That's a long way off.
Bunch of mirrors in the fields of Sherman.
Yep. +1 gloomy guidance. His mustache is stained with nicotine. His Isambard-line uniform is neatly pressed. He always expects the worst, confident in the knowledge that he will still be disappointed. Trade tales of terror over tea and biscuits. He is reticent by nature, but can be coaxed into conversation over depressing stories with horrible endings. Sure, why not? Soon, you are engaged in dismal competition. You raise the sad fate of Parliament and the tragic disappearance of the HML Parsifal, which I briefly misread as HTML. He counters with a story of his own past. I worked on the Isambard line. It was meant to ring the whole reach, a chain of accelerators and hour funnels to speed locomotives between the outer ports. Doomed from the start, it was. Some said cursed, but I reckon building a road around the sky is just bloody difficult. It was never finished. He slurps his tea. I'd like to take a proper tour of the Reach. See exactly how stupid we were.
Lengthy tour, which accumulates 6 word reports.
Secondment. Listen to his suggestion. He intimates that he might be able to put his old connections to work for you if you were to drop him off in London for a little while. He wouldn't be gone forever, of course, far too much to do aboard your engine. But he wouldn't mind the opportunity to do some consultancy work with the big movers and shakers of London's new economy. He might be able to garner you a few favors in London.
Ministry graduate.
My brain added an "of" in there, something about the Ministry of Gratitude.
What is this, 1987?
The driver has no tolerance for uneventful voyages. When not on duty, they stare through the stained glass windows as if willing excitement to ride in on a wave of disaster. When they take the wheel, the rest of the crew grip the nearest available supports and whisper quiet prayers to various gods. I think that's the same thing as before. He's just playing poker. I have the money now, though, so why not? You enter the hold and find the game well underway. The driver sits cross-legged in front of a pile of freshly won sovereigns, and 3 newly impoverished members of the crew. A stoker angrily throws an expensive-looking watch onto the pile of winnings and departs in a fury. The driver looks up. Sir, care to make a wager? The driver deals the cards between the players. The cook and a crewman, whose name you can't place at the moment, watch each other with barely disguised suspicion. Behind you, a small crowd gathers to see their captain's coin.
Oh, you may want to power up your mirrors first.
Mm-hmm.
Say by switching first opposite and second. Mirrors.
Hearts. Iron and mirrors.
Does that increase on the screen, or do you have to
Might have to let the game continue. The driver nods to you, idly scratching an ear. Just for a moment, you spot something green winding around their finger. I am concerned.
talk about mirrors?
Mm-hmm.
Dream snakes, really? Those guys suck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how's your gambling chance now?
$34.
Greatly improved, but still garbage.
Yeah. I feel like letting someone with dream snakes continue to gamble. Rig games, more like, is, not for the best. Would you agree?
I don't know. It's distracting him from causing more trouble, it seems.
That's true. I'll let the game continue. They keep scratching their ears even while driving. A nervous tic? Or perhaps a sickness that might spread amongst the crew. He's listening to his friend.
Hmm.
What? Oh, yes. The driver scratches again. It's nothing, just a little earache, I'm sure. It comes and goes. Their knee trembles with the frustration of being pulled away from the wheel for even this short conversation. See? All fine now. Recommend visiting a doctor. Not necessary, the driver protests, scratching their ear with renewed force. A look of pain flashes over their face for a moment. Perhaps. My family knows of a specialist in New Winchester. I think Father owns the building. I think I can call in a favor. Recently, they've been roaming the corridors of your engine, whistling and getting in the way. Is there something they want? Driver blinks. Can't keep anything from you, I see. I've been feeling a bit on edge. Would like to make myself useful if I can. There's races at the Royal Society. Maybe we could go there, and you could drop me off for a bit. I could make us both a bit of money. They take out a coin and flip it in the air. It comes down on heads. Just a thought, anyway.
Yeah, you can generate passive income.
Cool.
You'll need to replace an engineer first, though.
Yeah. That's the same thing it was last time. She has made what is best described as a nest in one corner of the hold. A jungle of blankets, a chipper tea-stained mug, that's probably supposed to be chipped. A handmade journal stitched together from pilfered pages. She keeps odd hours, often appearing at midnight to sit with the signaler on the late shift. She pulls her collar up when the wind howls, and she keeps her eyes down when the stars are bright. Smart. She's been in the galley teaching the crew new swear words, but she prefers the quiet hours up here with the stars stretched across the forward window and the clock ticking softly from the wall. Together, you pore over the charts, sharing stories of the places you've been, and speculating about those you haven't. Aw. She's cute, I like her.
You tell her about what happened in Blue Kingdom? Oh boy.
Ooh.
I think it counts as a tale of terror.
Okay, then. Next, let's swing round to the circus and then to New Winchester. I did get a port report here, right? Yeah, I did.
Your hold is full.
Yeah. While I'm flying, let's refocus to iron. 6 mirrors and 2. Yeah, I'll do that. Settlers who live so far beyond the edge of civilization relish the hardships of salt, right? You sit down beside a cold, silent homestead. The windows are boarded, the door locked, but the foliage in the garden hasn't grown wild. It was abandoned in a hurry, and recently. A sample of ants. A few shovelfuls of dirt into a glass tank, and you've thousands of the crawlers to bring him. Ants. Found ants. Thousands. Yeah, precisely.
That was your opportunity to respond to this.
Oh, good. Clowns.
I can hear the sarcasm.
Good enough. You know what? Sure. Let's get him aboard too.
Another signaler. This one hard spaced.
When you accept him aboard, he pulls a grimy bottle of something opaque and unidentifiable from his inner coat pocket and takes a long celebratory swig. "I hope you're not having second thoughts already," he says, and roars with laughter. He has no luggage to speak of, just a bindle over his shoulder and a fiddle in a battered leather case. Once he has slung both onto his bed, he heads to the galley and starts performing card tricks and telling ribald jokes at the crew. Most find him charming, several make their apologies and abscond. Terror has fallen. I think I've heard that before, but a good way to deal with a little bit of terror.
And okay place to gather crew.
Yeah.
Provided you respect the hearts before doing it.
Report.
What's your card? The Ace of Packs? Scree!
Bizarre.
Is that literature you guys want?
Yep, can unload 3 of them.
Sick cash.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sick. And what?
This again?
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Well, this is still cheaper than I can sell it for in London, so I might as well buy more than I actually need. The ringmaster beams with delight as he inspects your final volume. "Looks dreadful," he says cheerily. "Just the thing to invigorate our next performance."
Sure. Don't know why that showed as red, but alright.
Because it was the number that was selected was technically higher than either. thing. So just had to adjust it. The new big top shot.
The place is simply 5 rounds wood.
Mm-hmm. How many more do I need? Well, I can only hold 1 more anyway, so yeah, I'll buy 1 more and hang on to it for when next I need it. And now off to New Winchester.
There was an immigrant.
Oh. I think it was a place that I haven't found yet. Oh no, it was the Nature Reserve.
Right?
Nature Reserve, that's right. And I need to take the ants there anyway, so.
So you just have to take a box of 1,000 ants.
Uh-huh. Well, not just a box, a glass tank. With a shovel full of dirt. Well, a few shovelfuls of dirt.
Oh, a glass tank is that?
Mm-hmm. The settler emerges from his cabin, his suitcase clutched in his hands. I've had time to think, and I have to admit it. I can't do it. I don't want to go, but it's so warm here, and everyone's been so kind. Might I stay on? Or at least take me back to Port Prosper? His smile is brittle. Yeah, I have room for crew. You know what? Sure. You can sign on. He moves as though to hug you, but then thinks better of it and salutes instead. You won't regret it. Fetch me a mop, a bucket, point me in the direction of grime, I'll do you proud, and I'll never have to go outside again. You send him to his bunk with a hot cocoa and several thick manuals on locomotive safety procedures. All right.
Probably better off going to where he is going.
True.
He doesn't realize crew is like a network resource, right? Shouldn't be, but it's nice, but let's see. That's it.
Recent news, a downed locomotive on Hybris. Oh yeah, I remember that. That's, Fungal Jungle. Have I found Hybris as just like an area? Doesn't look like it. Reports. 400 sovereigns. Both are struggling.
They're almost equal.
Yep. Let's get a ministry stamped permit so I can go through.
Ooh, an invitation to Perdurance.
Yeah, that too. For you, of course, the fraud general manager doesn't even bother to ask you any questions. Just the one, is it? For exceptional service, the Windward Company offers invitation to the Eternal Mask at Perdurance, where Albion's brightest youths dwell within a single day. The prudent secretary smiles thinly. A party, yes, what fun. They hand over an invitation and inform you that if you wish to make use of it, you'll need to get to Albion through the relay at Port Prosper. There we go. A silver plaque on the door bearing only a name indicates this is the address of New Winchester's most exclusive practice. While the doctor conducts her examination, the driver asks you to update their old records with their current employment. You take a moment's pleasure in the driver's ridiculous middle name and pass over the field on gender, straightforwardly crossed out. Their address was last an eyebrow-raisingly prestigious New Winchester townhouse. You amend it to the name of your locomotive. Ah, the doctor says, peering into the driver's ear. A case of verdancy, a fungal colonization of the brain, not uncommon in the Reach. You've noticed uncharacteristic impulses? Changes in behavior? She eyes the driver's sky suit and scars. The driver nods. Yes, the spores root deeply in the brain. Attempts to extract them have had less than satisfactory results. I'm afraid the best prescription is to entertain them. Take them where they want to go. See the things they want to see. Typically, a little travel does the job. They'll soon lose interest. That's a lot of XP. And it's not the dream serpents, dream snakes.
That's good.
Yes, very good. Ah, Lustrum wants seeds. I have seeds. I think I bought them in Lustrum. Nectar for Carolon. I do not currently have nectar. No, I got a crate of munitions at some point, which I think that's all I need to deliver still. Let's see, I can...
You can use the tea to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
Wait, the tea and something else.
Just tea for one person. It was tea and honey for someone else, I think.
Probably for me.
Yes, the bees. Who was it that was just... I think it was him that was just the tea, yes.
And by the BMU, that was Sigma.
Right. pull out the tea, and talk with the navigator. He often recounts escapades from his last engine, but rarely shares anything from before that. Perhaps a quiet cup of tea. A quiet cup of tea will draw him out. Cup of tea. He clears his desk for the tea set by sweeping papers to the floor. I'll tidy up afterwards. The condition of his cabin casts doubt on that. I grew up a servant of the Eagle Khan's ambassador to London. His son Alton befriended me. We'd climb out the attic window to race urchins together. A wistful note enters his voice. We never won. The navigator trickles a spoonful of sugar into his cup, then another. Could we stop at London? He stirs and stirs the tea. Alton died. I couldn't even be at the funeral. I want to say goodbye, but I'll need to speak with his parents first. How about you? He can usually be found in good spirits and good company, gambling, laughing, playing a tune. Failing that, he will be deep in conversation with some cornered crew member or other, quizzing them about their personal history with every sign of sincere interest. If left alone, he grows restless. He sleeps late and rises early, eager to be among the crew once more. Before you finished your sentence, the vagabond is already tucking the fiddle under his bearded chin. Want me to break your heart? He asks. The vagabond's fiddle is scuffed and scratched. It looks like it's been broken several times and pieced back together inexpertly, and yet the tune which he coaxes from it is a soaring, searing, soul-stinging lament. It reminds you of precious things you've nearly forgotten and raw things you'd rather forget. By the time the vagabond is finished, he has tears in his eyes, and so do half the crew. The silence rings like a bell, and then the vagabond laughs, and the spell is broken. Swap stories. He is an inexhaustible geyser of unlikely anecdotes. The vagabond's stories often feature larger-than-life characters from his loose community of vagrants, people with names like Sooty Jim or Chimney Kid, and who collectively call themselves Skylarks. They hitch rides on locomotives, sometimes without permission, and scrounge a living from port to port. I'm their king, says the vagabond without humility. Taught half of them how to tie a bindle. He pauses, sipping from his flask. We hold monthly gatherings at Port Avon. You should accompany me to the next one. You'll never meet a more interesting bundle of folk.
Not Chimney Kid. The Chimney Kid.
Ah.
Or maybe the Chimney Kid.
Yeah.
Chimney the Kid.
Let's see, I have room for 2 prospects, and 2 prospects are here. So bring those to Lustrum. And nectar for Carolon.
Lustrum has that.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious because you're taking seeds to Lustrum.
How many seeds were needed? 7. Okay, so more than what I have.
Apparently get them from homesteads.
Yup, which are basically random encounters.
Interesting, because the homesteads don't really have bronze wood for you that much. Your seeds might be one.
I think that's what I got at the... Or, no? I don't know. No, it was ants that I got from the last ones.
Boy, what a lovely bunch.
Of ants.
Thanks for helping us with whatever you might have done. Have ants.
No, it was an abandoned homestead.
Perhaps you'd like a huge number of ants. Are you sure it was abandoned?
It said it was abandoned.
The
Not by the ants, obviously, but
what if it was the ants homestead?
I can afford the Brita Mart. Barely.
Shop's fired.
Although, selling back the Shivering Jimmy will recoup a bit of that. So yeah, let's pick up the Brita Mart.
And go places faster.
Mm-hmm.
Consuming less supplies.
What? Crew at plus 6+, yeah.
Too much crap running.
You could, however, I'm trying to. There we go.
Hello, strange head box.
Okay, now sell the Shivering Jimmy. And let's bank the surplus books.
Do a little banking stag.
Since I'll be going back towards Carolon anyway, I can hang on to the souls for now. And the munitions and the... I only need one more, right? Yeah. And then I can go to Port Avon to talk with people and get cheap repairs.
I just realized you had 2 gun slots this whole time.
Oh, so I do. Small armament slot. Is that also a small armament slot?
Looks like. Good enough.
Yeah. How much are those?
100.
100 for another Jerusalem. 500 for a brass raven.
Use different buttons for each gun.
Probably left and right click. Grimalkin. Beulah. Veils at 25+. Mirrors at 25+.
You can afford the saying thing. What's that, sneeze lurker?
I'm not sure that's what that is. Yeah, that's just a mine.
Oh, you're at a gun shop. They didn't have engines.
Yeah, and tools, but not the assaying thing.
Unless it's the winch and pull. Is that his name?
No, that's hold, yeah.
One that's available for years over 25.
Mm-hmm. But it takes the same slot as the pressure canning system. Okay. I should restock a bit.
Twice the hold, but none of the field tools.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a good upgrade later after you're like at a 3rd tier rating or something.
Yeah. Hold on. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yup. Let us make for Port Avon. Mm-hmm. It's her again.
She's still out here.
The temperature has plummeted and continues to fall by the hour. Pipes lock with ice. The crew wrap themselves in coats and blankets. It will not be enough. Some mutter that you have angered the waste waif, who speaks in frost and bitterness. The waif is a lonely power. Perhaps its displeasure would ease if you gave it some company. What? You need at least one crew? Ugh. I have an awful lot of supplies. Gah. Okay, stoke the engines. Stokers work extra shifts. The fires rise, the boiler hums. The pipes are scalding to the touch. The corridors warm as toast. Slowly, your locomotive shrugs off its coat of pale frost.
Unfortunately, she's still nagging.
Mm-hmm. Watch where you're going.
Guess they stop it.
The space sword.
Hey, the goose. Goose, that's how it works. Yeah, someone has to be.
Yeah. Okay, given that I just had to sacrifice fuel, perhaps I should replenish that instead. My ship is still in decent repair.
Shift 3 is a cheap collection of excitement.
Seek out the Court of the Skylarks. The camp has moved since the vagabond was here last. He stoops to examine a wooden post etched with dozens of signs. We call these the Skylark signals, he says the vagabond. The post has been carved with dozens of crude hieroglyphs. Top secret. We carved them to tell each other the character of a port. He jabs at a row of zigzags. This means unfriendly. He points at a triangle. But this means that there's a Skylark camp nearby.
You follow him past the village's fringe. You hear voices raised in drunken song, then you see a crumbling bridge, beneath which are campfires and tents. "My loyal subjects!" roars the vagabond, plunging down the slope.
This one says, "I'm not friendly."
Mm-hmm. Stamping around the fire, singing of old adventures, howling and dancing and laughing, the Skylark's coats are ragged, their hygiene is questionable, and many of them bear unsightly scars. But they seem to have found something to celebrate. Perhaps just that they've made it through the month. They raise their flasks and bottles in a toast and roar together, "My life is a lark, my king is the sky." Listen to stories, trade rumors. The vagabond is in his element, raising his voice above all others. Occasionally one of the other skylarks gets a turn. A skylark hunches forward, his face skull-like in the firelight. He launches into a fanciful tale of somewhere hidden in the furthest corner of the reach, called the Sugar-Spun Garden. The Sugar-Spun Garden is a mythical place where weary skylarks can settle down. He describes the whiskey rivers and marzipan mountains in a land without laws. The skylark lucky enough to find his way here can sleep contentedly in a grove where even the trees are smiling. When he is finished, half the skylarks are weeping. The vagabond raises his flask solemnly. Cinders swirl into the night sky. 3 sky stories. Trade rumors. A group of flint-eyed skylarks are blowing smoke rings and sharing what they've learned while they roam to the high wilderness. They discuss where to find work in New Winchester, the price of beer and lustrum, the balance of the Winchester War. Oh, and wilder rumors, too, of course. A wild-eyed skylark claims that the devils at Carillon are replacing people with doppelgangers. One woman, shivering, insists that she saw a 100-eyed monster the size of a continent swimming through the dark. Lastly, a solemn young woman announces that a skylark named Quivers has gone missing. It's been months since he was seen at camp, or at any stations. Probably dead. There are 1,000 ways for a skylark to die before their time. The party is dying down. Many of the skylarks are asleep in their tents, or drifting back to the station in search of a ride. You search among the tents for the amiable vagabond, and find him fast asleep beside a dwindling fire. A flea-bitten dog is gnawing at one of his boots. The skylarks are quite happy to let their so-called king sleep it off in the dirt. You shake him, and he wakes with a noise like a bear being stabbed. "Another fine meeting with my loyal subjects," declares the vagabond, lurching to his feet and swaying only slightly. "Come, let us return to the engine. Adventure awaits!" He sets off confidently in the wrong direction. Vagabond's wanderlust is never sated. If you talk to him again, you might wish to visit somewhere new.
Noise like a bear being stabbed.
Shake a can of nickels at him. The vagabond has seemed uncharacteristically morose of late. Perhaps you can cheer him up. Since you left Port Avon, the vagabond has limited his fiddle playing to the most melancholy refrains. Every time it leaves the boilerman in such a tearful mess that he has to abandon his duties. You share a drink and a few stories with the vagabond, hoping to get to the root of the matter. "Even among skylarks, I don't feel quite at home," he says. "Can't stop thinking about my old homestead in Lustrum. Perhaps we could visit there someday. Captain, take this flask away from me. Whiskey and nostalgia is a dangerous combination."
Very true. Conveniently, we're headed for Lustrum.
Yup. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. I will be back in just a moment.
Just don't get confused and add the on the end of there.
An onion?
An E on the end of there. Where in the stars did you get an onion?
Just don't get confused and tack an onion in there
You know, add an E on the end of snack.
to get snacky.
That's what his menu was trying to say.
Yes.
Where? Stepped on something I didn't know what.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they even yell at you because it turned out to be feline in nature.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whatever doing that preparation might
Mm-hmm. Morsels.
Um. We need seeds more than souls.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
But aren't it?
wasn't Lustrum selling seeds like weirdos?
Maybe.
I think someone had seeds and it was selling.
I suppose I'll leave that there then. I might find something of interest on route anyway.
Sometimes an open inventory slot is worth more than you think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's see if I can approach Lustrum from the south without going through.
That's that stupid horror.
Mm-hmm.
Like, through there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what I was thinking. Won't even have to turn around.
Jeez, Lewis. My goodness.
Jeez, Lois.
You almost had to use your dodge engines to not hit the wall. This feels better. You know, it's not much faster, but it's faster enough. As stupid as that sounds. I played new since before
Yeah,
Did we break the Z again?
it was quite a while. We started it quite a while ago, then stopped for a while, and then picked it back up and played it for a very long time.
Honestly, barely nonsense.
Yeah, I think the archives that are uploaded currently have hit our first outing on the Z, but not the second.
Oh, we started playing. We only got like one of the permanent boosts, I think, and one of the endings for one of the characters. Wait, no, we got a couple of endings. We got two permanent boosts. I think we managed to solve like twice. Another crossback. Maybe use something to defuse the waste right here. Send the crate. Ours.
It takes a wrench and your strongest stoker to lever off the lid. When at last the crate opens with a heavy thud, my brain somehow turned that into a heavy turd. Your crew gasp. Inside, the lustrous saltine crystals of ground hours, mined and refined for commercial use. This is the final product of London's greatest and most precious enterprise.
My brain said something even worse.
Hmm?
A heavy chud. No one wants that.
Mm-mm.
At least the heavy turd can be used to like fertilize plants. Oh good, it's just an organic marauder. Shouldn't be so much.
Ooh, oh, I
Yeah, you probably wanted to dodge north on
I
that.
hit the wrong button instead of just charging straight into it. Maybe I'll take this one for repairs. Yeah, strip the engine for materials. Here we are, 9 new hull. Your crew go to work eagerly, vaulting out into the bright, tools at the ready. The stripping of the Marauder is slow and painful work. You're cobbled together of stolen parts. Finding suitable fits for your own engine is a process of trial and error. Many of your crew will have lost friends, family, lovers to the Marauders. It speeds the work. Hey, what's this here? This looks like a port. Hykenismere. Another one? That's a miss.
I like it when they say
2 of them.
I like when I say relatively still and you just like beat them in the face. Bap, bap, bap.
Yeah. Oh. Gotcha. Now it's your turn. Oh, I dodged the wrong way. I hit the wrong button. It's a bit difficult when you're turned around backwards to orient that. Let's go for the unusual items. More gossip. That's always good. And again. Gossip. There's nothing else that way.
Look at those lights.
Mm-hmm.
Is this where the Marauders are from?
Could be.
I knew it! This is the Marauder Camp.
Yeah. Yeah. North and Belch. Oh. And Dennis. Didn't know you were called Dennis. Hi, guy. Marauders flock near here. Keep a weather eye out.
For loot?
Yeah. Repair.
Feast on these fools.
Mm-hmm. They should keep an eye out for us.
Yeah. That's what they keep saying.
Well, yes.
Well, they know you might be trying to spare them if you have an attack.
Mm-hmm. Might be.
I heard what you guys telling them.
Mm-hmm. It's where Lustrum is.
Yes,
The birds.
Opposed to the ammonia sentence now. That's around the
Hmm.
They would describe the locker as being reduced.
Hmm.
Just like Iron Man 5.
Merry Christmas. Chiron Beta Prime.
Or Prime, no.
I thought maybe you were referring to something else that would be like, you know, a different planet in the system.
Yeah, it sounds like it'd be like the fifth moon of Chiron Beta.
Skyfarers exposed to the haunting light of the stars are prone to sudden obsessions and erratic behavior. Someone has been making subtle amendments to your navigator's calculations. Ah, yes.
Oh, this again.
I don't have the supplies to spare, so I will... But I do have the crew to spare, so I'll confine them for a while. Oh, no, they're no good to you in this state. You confine them to quarters and resolve to discharge them at the next port. The atmosphere aboard is subdued for a time, but it is understood that these things happen in the sky. The heaven's price, they call it. Well, dang.
Ah, I see. So this is like taking insurance.
Royts Ridge.
Taking small negative consequences. Let's go back to your mind.
Yeah. Attack the scout.
Right, let's try and...
You follow the vagabond past Lustrum's outskirts into the whirling whiteness beyond. Miles from civilization, you find a mansion half buried in snow, perched on a rocky outcrop. The vagabond waits to the door and slams on the iron knocker. After some time, the door eases open. A dottery butler peers out, his face so downcast it looks half melted. "Welcome back, sir," says the tragic butler wearily. "A letter was delivered in your absence." The vagabond has shrugged out of his coat and is heaping logs on the fire. You have a few moments to roam the place. The mansion is colossal, its walls built with bronzewood logs, its bathrooms gleaming with ivory, its walls decorated with gold-framed portraits of a younger, better-groomed vagabond. But it's also obviously been years since it was properly maintained. Some of the windows are broken, and snow is heaped on the floor beneath. Black mold streaks the carpet. There's an overpowering smell of damp.
Could he be Old Tom?
10 bedrooms, a kitchen that could staff a dozen cooks, a chandelier that drips with diamonds. Princes have lived less ostentatiously. You should have seen it in its heyday, the vagabond rubs his hands before the fire. Warm, noisy, bustling with staff and guests. Our parties could be heard in New Winchester, isn't that right? Quite so, sir, says the tragic butler. I struck it lucky in the mountain, you see, says the vagabond. Found enough hours to make me rich. Rich enough to buy all this and more besides. Claps you on the back. All the luxury in the world can't compare to the majesty of the open sky, though. Right, sir? The vagabond sips his whiskey before the fireplace, telling rambling stories about the parties he threw in the mansion's better days. The tragic butler stands to one side, mournfully dignified. He's been brandishing the envelope for more than half an hour now. Just give me the gist of it, will you? Asks the vagabond, idly tossing snowballs at a portrait of a severe-looking woman in black. The butler clears his throat. The letter was delivered by a skylark who called himself Quivers, sir. In it, he claims to have discovered the location of the sugar-spun garden. He was seeking your help. The vagabond pauses mid-throw. But that's a myth. A story to tell over campfires when the night is cold and hungry. He sounds uncertain for a moment, then shrugs. Young Quivers means well, but he must have been mistaken.
Quivers has also been said to go missing or something.
Mm-hmm. The blizzard outside has worsened. Best you stay until the morning. You stay up into the night. Your conversation is meandering, but the vagabond repeatedly circles back to the mysterious letter. I'm worried for Quivers, he says. The other skylarks haven't seen him in months. And he comes to my house babbling about a myth? The next morning, the butler says his plaintive goodbyes. As you crunch through the snow toward Lustrum, the vagabond says he plans to track down Quivers. What kind of a king would I be if I didn't protect my subjects? He asks. Besides, I once believed in the sugar-spun garden myself. I must admit, I'm curious.
So is this the man that discovered a geode of a whole century?
Probably.
Huh. It's funny how often in these fictions any, rumor or forgotten myth turns out to be almost 100% true.
Mm-hmm. Sweet Jane takes the munitions herself, hauling the crates into the back room with surprising speed. She refuses to be drawn on why she needs them, but she does throw in a significant bonus when the subject comes up. 100 sovereigns. Tackety's fortunes have risen. Reputation with the Tackety's has risen. Reputation with the stovepipes has dropped.
What you see is that? So much free inventory space.
Mm-hmm. Gonna need to put more fuel and supplies in some of that, but in fact I should probably go ahead and do that. No. I just wanted to check. I need 5. Okay. Well, actually then.
Yeah, I think you should have the least probably. There you go.
Ooh, that is most of my money, though.
right to you, but so you're taking it to Caroline?
Which isn't far.
Let's see, if you go extravagant, that's 600 odd, leaving it for 100 plus. You can actually easily restock the third major, I think.
I think you're right. Although I don't think I can restock at Carolon is part of the problem.
Do they not have fuel supplies?
They do sell supplies, but not fuel.
Not fuel. Okay.
So I can buy a little more fuel and then...
Yeah, fuel's the cheaper.
Okay, let's try it. I remember last time it, the bidding cautiously didn't spend the full amount that it said there, but I also wound up with fewer than the maximum amount. So it'll probably scale with how much I get.
Hopefully we'll get 5.
I got 3. But it only cost me 350 sovereigns. You are involved in the auction almost to the very end, when some black-teethed bruiser bids the value of his entire claim field. Despite the protestations of his workers, the auctioneer allows him to proceed. You only gain a meager portion. Well, it's something. Wind whistles through the mountain's cave, promising good luck to the miners below. They raise their tankards and toast the fortune it promises. Join the celebration. Maybe for safety's sake I could recruit a few more.
Might not be bad.
What?
Might not be a bad idea.
I just heard... Oh. Full up. Many come to Lustrum to make their fortune. Most leave poorer for the attempt. A few are willing to sign up with you, hoping for profits beyond the next horizon. A warm bunk, at the very least. Okay. That should be good. That should hold me for, like, well past Carolon.
Yeah, you probably didn't need that many supplies even. That's fine.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. I am, once again, full up. It'd be a bit faster and more direct to go past the thing there, but that seems like a bad idea.
What's over at the Bumping Rest or whatever that is out there?
That was one of those waypoint things.
Signal box.
Yeah, signal box. Thank you.
Okay, cool. So I guess we can stop there. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's Sky 3.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's the box. Signal box. Read the ledger. 2 sky stories. The handwriting is poor but legible. Captain Jones withdrew supplies. Captain withdraw Jones supplies? What? There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain describes a field of debris they flew through to reach the signal box. Each rock was bursting with life. Tiny flowers the color of milk jostled in the currents of the engine. The locomotive was overwhelmed with the scent of honey and home. Oh.
Great.
Oh. Don't need to rate the cache. Might have to fight that thing if I get its attention, though. Switch off the cruise. Oh, it's taken notice.
Well, I died of crashing into the hole.
Mm-hmm. He went scree and didn't even get to attack me. Yeah, I have the canning equipment. Let's, supplies. But more than that, it's worth time not having to put into port. It's worth the time that I can spend exploring. I say as I pull into port.
Where you can totally buy for 40.
Mm-hmm. Overgrown shrine. Contemplate the statue. Terror has fallen. Enter the foyer. Write a port report. Write a port. Go and speak to the presiding Devilis. Buy indulgences in bulk. There we go. I now have 20 penances.
Not that you need them that badly, but you can use them to help others.
Yeah, they'll come in handy eventually. Okay, next stop is Port Prosper.
So you think you need to bring 2?
No. Not yet, anyway. Chorister Nectar, I need that.
Oh, cool.
For, Oh, no, that's supplying the stuff. Which, yes, good. That's right.
Big money.
And cheap hours. Yeah, okay. Oh, right, they just straight up sell the honey here. Or the nectar. Yeah. 2 more. For twice what I buy it for. There, otherworldly artifact. The presiding deviless takes the gourds herself. Fabulous. We would hate for the limitation of the penitent's vocal cords to obstruct their treatment. A little bit of XP. And then let's stock up on hours. And now let's make our way to all right, we're not going to have room for the... Well, that's fine. We'll be coming back there again and again. Anyway. The stuff from delivering the person.
Oh, right. Yeah. She had like 6 worth of stuff.
Oh, well, it's fine. That reminds me. Let's, Can't I talk to her?
How do you talk to her? Is it something you do in Word, maybe?
Didn't think so.
You already talked to her? I don't know.
Maybe I have. There were like occasionally like 1 or 2 events that involved her. But hi, guy. Yep. Placed the Jolly Roger. And then just kind of sit there.
Repeatedly exposing a broadside to.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. He's very confident.
That or I'm just firing incompetently. There. No, he didn't. Explore the captain's cabin. New gossip. No, it wasn't, because you were here recently with us.
What's the one? Oops.
Prosper 3 Sheds Dock. This way goes a bit further. Scribe's whiskers. I'd assumed that the relay was up ahead this way, past the port. But it could also be that other way too. Well, right, it said a cul-de-sac though. It could be either of those ways now. I thought that was just like a tiny little bit that I hadn't cleared the clouds off of, but there was an actual Patnus there. Patnus? That's not a word.
Path?
Path? The hell is a Patnus?
These are questions. Yes, I believe one of your officers. Why do you collect 6 of those?
Yep.
The Grand Spheroid.
The glory of the Port Prosper season. Candles illuminate the great staircase that sweeps up to the residence of the Windward Company, which has been chosen to host this season's ball. West Enders promenade in their finest. Hoop skirts and starched collars predominate. White tie is the order of the evening. A few East Enders, mostly actors, have secured tickets, but most are servants if they are seen at all. The orchestra is playing the score from Victoria's first ball under her throne of hours. Be on your worst behavior, 84% chance of success. Best behavior, 100% chance of success. Your buttons gleam in the mirrors, as does your smile as you make polite conversation with notable after notable. The ball begins with God Save Our Queen and ends with the quadrille. You are on your feet throughout. You drink precisely the right amount of sherry. Your comments are on the near side of cruel, yet diffused with an elegant turn of phrase almost immediately. To the servants, you are polite. To the companymen, you are charming. Everyone agrees you are quite the success. Several are amazed you're not a native of Port Prosper.
Open its doors for a celebration of itself.
Maps of a tamed, industrialized reach line the walls. A model of an upcoming dreadnought sparkles in a glass case. Outside, children are encouraged to throw rotten fruit at a cardboard effigy of Tackety Jack, with Windward stamped prizes for the best aim. Join the celebrations. Entrance is free. The souvenirs on sale are expensive. Terror has fallen. You are encouraged to watch a kinetoscope about its planned expansion in the Reach now that Lustrum has been civilized, to throw balls at coconuts bearing caricatures of assorted Tackety leaders, and to eat scrumptious biscuits with the company's sigil baked into them. Your presence is noted by stern men with very neatly written forms. returning Skyfarer is always the center of attention in the East End's pubs. Their tales could inspire listeners to settle at other ports. A crowd gathers to listen to your tales. Your stories of daring escapes and fingernail victories go down almost as well as the whiskey. Ambition dawns in several bloodshot eyes. Some might even follow through on it when sober. Now I can do this.
Honk, honk.
Thank you. Yeah. I was instead kind of reminded of the, I mean, there was definitely that, but that bit from the, that Dara O'Brien stand-up thing, where he's talking with the one audience member, the Irish cobbler. And as he's talking, he's like gesturing straight up because he's, you know, the audience is down much lower than he is. And thank you. It's like they go back and forth with the raising the hand, taking it down, raising the hands, taking it down, and just it made me think of that. That's all.
Skid marks in the toilet.
Ooh. That's just what the guy was. The fact that he was a cobbler has nothing to do with the fact that he rose his hand to as he was talking. He was just gesturing with his hand as like straight up because he was down in the audience, much I assume. Gesturing like as he spoke rather than like this, like you would to someone right in front of you, you know.
Transport a settler to the island of Catan.
Titania? Alright. Simply must move to Titania. From everything I've been given to understand, it's altogether divine, except for the bees. His handshake is firm to the point of rudeness. He leans in close. My time is precious, you understand. I'd appreciate it if you got me there as quick as you can. You shan't go unrewarded for the effort. Sure.
Does this guy really have a time around? Probably not.
I don't know. Yeah? Yeah. I only feel all I feel is the same bit of bruising that I felt when I got the injection. Like...
Good. I got the Pfizer and I had a, you know, just your typical angry flu shot-like reaction. Seeds!
Siege! Not quite enough, but it's fine. Yeah. No, I can't do anything with that anyway, so let's make for Magdalene, see if there's a back way connecting Glory's Cross here to this spot here so we can avoid the horror.
Avoiding something called a horror is usually a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Then make for the circus in Titania. pucked up. Unsettled dreams. Oh dear.
Get yourself a Tale of Terror.
Or even odds to...
Or Raise Terror, I think.
Mm-hmm. Let's try this.
Who's Terror?
5. You record the dream as vividly and as thoroughly as you can. Does your hand tremble as you write? Does the ink spill? And when you read it back, does it make sense? Or does it sound like the ravings of a crumbling mind? Oh hey, I see something sparkly.
Bricks.
Captain, there's good eating on that partner eel. Scoop.
Peacock win.
More eels, but I don't have the space for them.
Eel lips.
Eel lips?
Yeah, they marked with
Oh,
lips.
so they are. Something to crave.
Eels, for instance.
I have a craving that only eels can satisfy. Just saying. Grim foreboding won't become a few.
Terrace Break, right? That's Peacock.
Mm-hmm. Scavenge. 68% chance? Sure. Damn.
Oops.
15 terror. Ouch. The driver pulls your locomotive alongside the rack, close enough for you to leap the gap. You squeeze with difficulty into the starlit bridge, where frozen figures sit at stiff attention. The dead bridge crew, mustaches bristle with ice crystals. You pick a careful path between them. Something at the far end of the room has caught your eye. Too fuel. Oh no.
You got too much crap. You have to drop one.
Yep.
It's the cheapest thing on board.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Start getting real careful of your terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
There's something in here. Let's investigate. Ah, it's another one of these places. Addison Wick. This signal box has been blasted by weapon fire. Despite the holes, the shattered tiles, the fractured beams, it still has enough structural integrity for you to climb inside without risk. It was made with care and pride. Inside, beneath a desk covered with rusted levers, is a luggage trunk. Captains in dire need can borrow from the cash inside, but custom dictates that they later replenish it. Can't read the ledger? More time must pass. Okay.
Have a shared ledger?
I guess.
Okay, then signal box, you be like.
Tensions are high and the crew are making mistakes. Preternaturally fertile seeds of the Reach must be stored with the utmost care. A flicker of light, a lap of moisture, and they burst into violent growth. Like the stack in your hold from which questing vines have groped, knotting around your cargo. Hmm. %. You won't save the seeds, but you may increase your supplies. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, especially as long as there's one of the access to this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, terror.
You separate the sack from the rest of your cargo before it can do any damage. The seeds are beyond rescue, but the vines that unfurl from them are already budding. Their fruit are moderately distressing. They're pale and bulbous and palpitate unexpectedly, but edible.
Probably not stuff to make things.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, boy. Very delicious.
Thing that I don't have the drill for.
There's mining. Attached from the wall and crafting.
Yeah.
West buds.
Let's go for experience. $50. And another Sky story. They hate new things, one of your crew suggests. That's why they attack engines. Everything's new to them. Their world died before ours was even born. Yeah, this was good last time. Could stand to drop it more, but definitely a chunk.
That's all the sabers work.
Mm-hmm. Skies are full of terrible wonders. All skyfarers see more than they should when they sail the sunless sky. The sound of soft laughter and the occasional sob echo through the stained glass walls of the treatment chambers. An attendant sits guard before the door. I'll just need to ask for the particulars. We will always alleviate your fears, but the method is at your discretion. I have tons of those.
And ennui.
The attendant nods solemnly. Congratulations, you are the last entry in the journal. He makes a note in a large red leather-bound book. Today's journal, at any rate. The attendant holds up a candle before 4 doors of mirrored glass. 4 of our staff are available today. Each has their own specialty. Their names are not yours to know, only their craft. He smiles suddenly, his teeth gleaming like links on a chain. You know yourself best. Who can tend your wounded heart? Whoever you need, you can find behind one of these doors. Let's say the former crewman.
That's a source of guilt, alright?
Uh-huh. He is waiting in the shadows of a room laid out like the mess hall of your locomotive. His fingers tremble on the railing. The rancor in his eyes is exactly as you remember. What did you say that day? What did you do? There is no hiding from that gaze. No illusion survives contact with the weight of that loathing. It does not speak once. That did a real number. Down to 28%. Maybe could stand a little more. I do have the gossip to spend on it. Let's go with this one now. The room is as you left it that last time. They are stood, cigar in hand, facing the window where you left them. The smoke has stained the glass thunder gray. They turn as you shut the door. Is that a list in their hand? They've been waiting some time for this. All right. Report. Let's see, how many port reports do I have now? So, yep. Let's make for the circus. Me neither. Loot the hold. An intriguingly bulging sack. 27 sovereigns.
Okay.
Probably,
I'd say you a little off course.
Yep. Maybe? Oop. Hello. More gossip. Hey, what? Did they not realize the thing had...
Yeah, they used a parting shot. Can't stay down.
Serves you right. Carnivals, folk. Nice sort of people.
There's 6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now. As you stopped at each port on your journey, the signalman spoke with other signalers. He has filled a set of dog-eared notebooks and is now collating their contents into a book. He stiffens as you approach, as if you've caught him doing something he shouldn't. People outside the trade don't understand how signaling works. Every port, every corner of the sky has its own signs and messages. It's a right mess. I've been cataloging them, the semaphores, the lamp languages, the badges and passphrases. Not that anyone will ever read it. He puts the pages into his hold all suddenly embarrassed. Anyway, I've been meaning to ask. Traveling has stirred up old memories. I'd like to visit a friend at London. We'll find her at the Steam and Sapphire Yards. She won't remember me, but I should try. Okay, cool. So London, then. Oh, hey, level up. Cool. Take a facet.
Yes.
A facet. What did the Winds of Fate hold in store? gossip of London salons and the target of blistering editorials in the Gazette.
Is there anything that gives you an item as well?
Not this tier.
No, that's...
Well, Veils and Mirrors hits my lowest stats. If I wanted to bring those up. Or if I wanted to redouble on what I'm already good at. Let's do a little bit of both. You spent much of your time at the engine yards, watching locomotives being built, repaired, and decommissioned. They were iron behemoths, their bones steel, their breath steam, their innards intricate as a pocket watch. How did you spend your time among them? Eavesdropping or learning how they worked? They boasted loudly of horrors and wonders, and when they thought no one else was listening, they whispered their fears. Or you appropriated a workbench and tools and set to work, dismantling obscure machinery and putting it back together again. Sure. Let's have some more mirrors. I should raise Veils at some point, but
Getting yours closer to a natural 25 makes it more
mm-hmm.
more reliable to be able to use things that are locked behind 25 years. It seems to be like there are a number of special things that are locked behind 25 that are expected to tap.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I can only buy supplies here. Can I buy fuel at Titania? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I do need bronzewood, but I have a feeling I will be... So sooner or later, I'm going to encounter a bargain on those. So for now, I think I'll just get a little more supplies. And then be on my way. What's in my hold again? Lots of hours. Okay.
Yeah, they have more fails to sneak around, so just...
Or better reputation with them. Or both. Hare's home. Hello. Yeah.
I think I exposed the broadside.
Mm-hmm. Toot toot, asshole. Oh, now there's another one. Ah. Well, this is why I... Oh, no, cast out all of the... No.
Oh, you have 10 crew.
I don't have more fuel. Yeah, 60% chance. Fine. The Wasteway favors misfits, pariahs, and outcasts. You identify someone on the crew, not unpopular, but insular. A hard worker, keeps to himself. At a nod from you, the rest of the crew sees the chosen scapegoat, drag him protesting to a hatch, and cast him into the sky. The next day, the cold has eased, and you're able to remove a scarf. Your crew return to their old routines. They ignore the empty bunk, the additional space at the galley table. Oof.
Yikes.
Oops.
Oops. Oops, oops.
I might strip the next one.
Come on, fuel.
Solid crate. Munitions. A gunner sniffs just before the lid is wrenched open. Gunpowder, they assert, before assuming responsibility for the opening. Once the lid has been carefully prized off, the case's gleaming arsenal of ammunition, sealed powders, and callous weaponry is laid bare. This will fetch a handsome price. The heavens do not lack for murderers. That was wide.
What are you shooting?
I didn't take any more damage. Stinky. Uncanny specimen. Dear God, what the blazes? Their navigator pokes the thing inside the big stick until assured that it's dead.
Ew, what the hell is this thing?
What the hell is that?
That thing ain't right.
Oh, I know what that is.
Whoa!
You went in an entirely different direction.
We're low on fuel. Yep, we are.
Only low, not out. It's fine.
That was the last barrel, but the engine tank is full.
Mm-hmm.
We're inside a Titanic.
Ah, bees. Maybe after I've refueled. More?
Oh my G,
Oh my G's,
bees.
the bees. Da bees. An irritable footman is taking whatever he can for the crockery. The dinnerware seems in mint condition. Why is his master selling it? He indicates the geometric pattern. Last season in it. It's all wistful feathering now. Here. They have arrived at their destination. Whether or not they still wish to be here is another matter entirely. Things might have changed while you were in transit. You may not be rewarded as well now. A breeze wafts the sweet perfumes of wildflower in your direction. Lovers race by in various states of undress. A giggling nudist capers after them. No one will look the settler in the eye. His scowl could shatter glass. "We are late," he says. "I can only hope the people of this good settlement are less prone to tardiness than you. Here are your wages. I bid you good day." I mean,
So
we didn't really tarry.
They faster? They got a faster train?
Okay.
A fart exhibition.
Yay, terror fallen. Down to 8%. As many Sky stories as I have, I can sell some in bulk for a decent bonus. Two fuel should be enough to get me back to New Winchester. And then I can deal with those bees and maybe they'll drop something.
Probably nectar.
Probably.
Actually, I think you had a choice. You can take nectar.
Yeah, that researcher was wanting the wings,
That
which
one
is what
guy
I
wanted
took
wings,
last
which
time.
you got. I think you only wanted one here, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so. If you wanted more, it'll probably give me the option to take more. Oh, hello there, Remy. I didn't know you were down there. She's loafing, just out of my field of view, like completely obscured by the table here.
She's hidden. Secret key.
Tell no one. Okay, bees.
Ready to be shot.
Get ready to buzz off. Maybe.
Bees.
Bees.
Bees?
Bees.
Oh, bees.
Well, that's the way I'm going anyway, so. Or maybe I should go
Did stop at nature reserve for some reason?
that was resolved. But I should anyway deliver some of those things that were asked for. Although I also need to unload some of the stuff that I have. So.
So you can go up to nature reserve next time.
Yeah. There's bees. There we go. Forester nectar is valued by poets, vocalists, and those with a sweet tooth. Unfortunately, to get at it, you have to go through quite a lot of B. 46% chance of success, or 100% chance of success for experience. Let's go with the 100%.
Secrets if you're prepared to listen all the way to the end.
The sound is memorable, but not notably distressing until that high C, which makes your teeth itch. Afterwards, are you wiser? Are you stronger? You are not less so. The bees died, you lived. Okay. Okay, what's sparkling over here? Oh, it's whatever. Yeah. Uh-huh. Captain. Alive. Maybe if I got closer. It seems dangerous. Attack these. This time I'll deliver port reports to the Tackies. The balance of power is about even, but I would much rather at least at this point, I would rather the Tackies have a little advantage. Just philosophically. Deliver port reports. 700 sovereigns. Both still struggling. Ooh. I can now afford a new locomotive. I might not want the next one because it had a smaller hold, but was just, better outfitted. But the one after that I might do. Now then. Nectar for Caroline. Again.
Munitions report for us.
Well, I have 1 unit of munitions on me.
Yep, you can collect nectar from forest drives. Probably the bees farm.
Yeah. That would be good. Oh, a bridge slot that gives extra quarters. Don't have anything in my bridge slot.
We're really much need for extra quarters.
That's true. Oh, wait. Yeah, that second gun slot I have. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's...
This is small iron.
Okay, so that is what these are. Cool. Before I do that, let's take a look over here. Pelennor is 3524, which is a bit out of my reach. Seeds for lustrum, bronzewood, that for prosper, and more of that. Okay. Could also get extra armor. Might be nice. It goes in its own slot, so... Let's go for the...
Gun.
Yeah, let's go for the gun first.
You could actually get a gun different from the gun you have. So you have like 2 different types of weapons for different situations.
That's true.
And the fails for that thing. It's a rapid fire short range gun. And you have the emanation up there, which is shocking.
Yeah.
Holy crud, the heat.
Yeah.
Okay, so quite possibly just a second similar gun would be just fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like the self-cooling.
Mm-hmm. Heat 25. What's the heat on my current one? 30. So it's cooler and does 50% more damage and at the same range. So buy one of those. And that's really all I... Well, I could get shielding too. Right. So let's do that. Let me check the controls real quick. Yeah, secondary is right mouse button. I should perhaps switch those.
New gun is just plain better than the other gun.
Yeah. Nope. There. Sneeze lurker.
Who named it that?
Who knows?
Same type, Remy.
Was that Remy?
Or maybe Vince.
I think that was Teddy.
Something lurking in your sneeze.
Yeah, Remy's over there, and Vince is right there. And the sneeze came from that way.
Okay, so that sounds like it came from that. Oh, sound bounces around this room.
Let's see. Let's take cheap repairs at Port Avon. And then head towards the nature reserve. Which means I should stock up on fuel and supplies here. There we go. That'll last me a good long while.
That's probably a good place to leave it, as it's 12:14.
Oh, okay then. Thanks for watching, everybody. Would you raise the desk? Thank you. Earlier today, like this afternoon, I got the new COVID booster, so it might kick my ass tomorrow, but if it doesn't, I'll be around to stream tomorrow afternoon to continue Cultist Simulator. Then after that, again, if it doesn't kick my ass, early grave Saturday afternoon, since had to cancel that last minute due to insomnia last week, and might have to postpone it again this week. We shall see. But yeah, if we don't, it'll be that. Continuing 8 Doors. Then Saturday night, even if the thing does kick my ass, I should be up to streaming. So we will hopefully finish Chris Tales. That'll be cool.
Or at the very least, make it through that DLC area.
Yes. And then, yeah, the week after that, we'll be able to start the spoops in that time slot, too. And, of course, more Sunless Skies next Thursday night. Now, who is around for us to raid? Spartan Janitor is playing some Skyrim. Let's go say hey to him.
To the rim of the skies!
Some Skyrim. Thanks again.
Descending from.
Thanks again for watching, everybody, and I hope to see you next time. Good night.
Good night.